wee. LeBron James. What's up, YouTube? Here's part 2 of our first part of the first part of this part 2 of the Stanley Parable. Before we get started, can I just say something? I don't see why not. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. I just set up the clock. You're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set your clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Oh my gosh. Well, let's close the game. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Let's relaunch it. Holy moly. Cool. Please enter the current time. We're going to enter the current time regardless. Not necessarily my favorite time, but we'll take it, you know? Ah, 7:13. Oh shit, it's AM. No! Or could you not simply resist giving the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 7:13 AM. Let's use another slider to find out. It's inaccurate. It's inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Let me whip up a couple of them. Should be ready for the next time you boot up the game. Hi, Wicked! Holy moly. Goodness me. That's crazy, though. Tell him, Castor. If we both dig straight down, eventually we'll reach the Earth's core. Guys, W in chat if you love eating the Earth's core. Let me type W in YouTube chat. W. Hot diggity dog. Alright, guys. We're quitting to desktop. And then we're relaunching it again. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. Hot diggity dog. Please adjust the slider if the computer is barely visible. Okay. We'll do it like that. We'll do it like that. Until the dog and cat are friends? Oh! Until the 5 becomes the number 9. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words below are most appealing to us? Akaboinkle or Scrumtush? Akaboinkle. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what time it is right now? Is the time that it is is the time that it is right now the correct time? What is time anyway? Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? Help. Will you come back to visit me? Of course. Oh my god. What's up, Gutierrez? What's up, Chris York? How are ya? What's up, Blops? This is tree is what it is. When did you finish the first one? Sir Mega Man? Oh, got it. Okay. What's up, Chill? How are ya? Hot diggity dog. Doug Brothers game? Yes, absolutely. Well, you know what we're doing? We're relaunching and seeing if we get new messages. Crows? Who's crows? Has it always said that? What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like as a day job. Good Lord. Now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can, and I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? Maybe that's the only information I learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Holy moly. Gelled banana. The most delicious kind. What's up, Nothing Simple? Dr. Pepper a clock? Dr. Pepper a clock? Is it really? That's why I don't have a wife. What's up, Dylan? What's up, Project 8? Game so nice, he played it twice. All right. Of course, we're going to go check to see if there's more settings. We might have a normal launch this time. I can't resist. I simply can't. Normal launch. This is tree is what it is. Hot diggity freaking dog. Ooh-wee. Uh-oh, I just clicked something. Ooh-wee mama. Let's begin. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Oh.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Of course.
And Stanley was happy.
Ooh.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Oh?
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Appreciate that.
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
We just got an achievement for quitting the game and then coming back again. What's up, TVF? Let's close the door.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Oh.
What if he had to make a decision?
What
if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never
Meeting
been
be
trained
welcome.
for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
Hi, Spider!
Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me.
Des, there's like
And
a
here I
million
can be happy
endings.
forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Surely.
Eventually, someday,
They would arrive.
Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
Ooh.
Now it's even
Me waking up
closer.
from a nap.
Here it comes.
Here it comes!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard
Love
Stanley
pressing some
looked,
buttons.
he couldn't find a trace of his
Happy birthday,
co-workers.
step-niece. Ooh. Why do you have balloons? Because we got balloons. It's part of the Ultra Deluxe Edition. Wait, do we have new input? We did the input ending already. Huh.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the
Hey,
office,
kitchens.
but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did
Our
it.
bucket!
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms.
The bucket of
and
insurance!
a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Ooh-wee. Yeah, so it's on sale right now for like $8 if you guys have never played it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ooh-wee. Let's go to the door to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
You know what
place
we've
to
never
be.
done? You know what we've never done? We've actually never gone to
And
the
here
left.
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley.
We
thought
love
to
our
himself.
emotional support
yes,
bucket.
Perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
What a wise bucket. You have to pay 8 buckets, that's correct.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I've never been in here.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
If you guys are ever on TikTok, be sure to tap the screen a million billion times. You know what I'm saying?
Good, Stanley.
Hi,
I'm
Rin
glad
Rin.
you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Are these my friends?
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
The bucket?
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's
What?
just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't
No
you want another
shot.
story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new.
Wait, guys, we
Yes,
haven't even-
Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
We haven't even seen the Adventure Line. This is the first time I've seen the Adventure Line. Holy moly, that's insane. Bucket is our friend. Mm-hmm. But then it is, how's everything, how's the quality and everything over there? We can go in the broom closet! Yay! Yay! It's fine. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what I could do about that, but yeah. Bucket and broom. Yeah, do you think it's going to give us any more stuff in the broom closet again? I love the broom closet. Do you know what I am saying? Do you know what I am saying? Do this. Oh. That should be better. I moved it a little bit there. It should be better. Should be better, yes sir. Bucket and broom closet. Best feeling. Yeah, what more could we need? What more could we need? I don't think we need anything else in life. Hot diggity dog. Oh, big stretch. Alright, well, I think we've got our fill of the closet. Might as well bounce out then. The computer, the pencil sharpener, whatever this is, the Bobby, whatever that is. It's so funny seeing all this stuff probably too early, you know? Okay, we have to take the adventure line, it seems. Let's get rolling. Let's get rolling.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ooh, silly music. Guys, it's the adventure line. Whee!
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What? What do I have to give up? I don't want to. I don't want to. It's my bucket and I need it now. Holy, it's better, Des? Okay, okay. It's hard balancing triple audio, you know? Bum ba dum bum 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 ba-dum, bum bum ba dum bum bum.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No!
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
What's up, AJ?
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
I'm not doing it.
Go ahead now, Stanley.
No!
Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No! We need our bucket!
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for.
Ooh, I can't wait to get some bucket merch.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very
We're not
upset
doing it.
now. You'll
We're
have
not
to
doing it.
hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
Ooh.
Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Speedy!
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You
No.
have so much potential.
No.
I'm going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Great heavens. Are we okay?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh
What
my
could it mean?
gosh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So what happens when we go down there without the bucket? Let's go down there without the bucket. Relax what timing? Hey, with friends like these. With friends like these. Do you know what I am saying? Okay, let's go down there without the bucket. Let's go down there without the bucket.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to
Oh,
the meeting room,
man.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Just to admire.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Yes, this
Do you know what
room.
I am saying?
What
What's up,
a
Nate?
beautiful
What's up, November?
room, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Only played the original. Yo, Des, apparently it adds a ton of stuff. I haven't explored like the full original game or anything like that, but so far I have found lots of extra stuff. It's very good.
And so he detoured
What's
through
up,
the
Ismo Dad?
maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Holy moly.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
What have you
He
seen
wanted
so
to
far?
wander about and get even
Chat, what
further
have we
off
seen so
track.
far?
So now, in order to get back, he needed to go from here it's left.
Do we have to go left? Know what I am saying, do you? Thanks to whoever's tapping the screen over on TikTok. Huh.
Oh,
Lion
no.
King?
No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear. Would you hold on for a minute, please?
I have no clue, Nate.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Oh. The script. The band? The band, the script? Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Head dancing in the
And this
good place.
time,
Haven't seen it.
suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What happens when we go right back and do that
Stanley
again?
decided to go to the meeting
Let's
room.
find out.
Perhaps he had simply missed a
Let's
memo.
find out. Living in the Hall of Fame. We're whalers on the moon. We're whalers on the moon.
When Stanley...
We tell
Wait,
tall tales.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
No.
I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
Somewhere.
Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let's go this way. Hot diggity dog. Interesting. Huh. This is my fear hole. Is this all the same or no?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No,
Well,
it'll
I
be
find it
fine.
unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? Oh
Oh my gosh. Anthony, thank you for liking the live. Appreciate that. Holy moly. What's up, is my dad? What's up, Mimic? You just buzzed your head? Heck yeah. Dude, I got tempted to do that the other day. I also got tempted to do a mustache.
All of his
I almost
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
almost
decided
shaved a
to go to
mustache
the meeting
today.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Should I bring the bucket this time? Wait, the bucket's missing! Where's the bucket? How do we get the bucket back? No! That's my insurance bucket! W Melody? Oh, man.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
It's
I might
worse!
be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
I appreciate that,
Why
Blobs.
don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
My glasses are so dirty. You know what I am saying? Ooh-wee. Back the other way? Let's see what we find. They knew.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here
Oh.
it comes.
It's in here?
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Alright, back over, back over. Oof, Mimic. I hate that. And then you have to just sit there. Guys, this is, by the way, this is one of my favorite games of all time. Bar
Now
none,
this-
easy peasy.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall,
Hi,
but
Tiffany
I believe
Charts.
my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
Hi, Science Sleuths.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
No.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Nope.
Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh!
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Ooh.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Ah. It's an adventure line. We have to follow the line. Well, that's new. What happens when we go in here?
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Holy moly. Wow, we're up to like over 1,000 likes on the TikTok. Thank you guys for pressing the button so much. Should we stay here? Do you think he says anything? We're whalers on the moon. We're whalers on the moon. And we tell tall tales. And we hunt no whales. Hmm. Hot
You
diggity.
see, the
dog.
line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction.
Ah.
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
That's
Or to
true.
put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this
All right.
office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Music! Adventure line! Whee! Look at the line just going everywhere. I love it. I love it. Da 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 da. Hot diggity dog. Jam Jeep. Ooh, ah. Ooh, ah. Wait. Sorry, my brain broke there for a second. Parkour! Parkour! Yay!
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley,
Wow.
This fern will be very important.
Guys, don't forget the
later in
Fern.
story.
Fern. Wern.
Make sure you study it closely.
What's up, Smith boy?
And remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Ooh, wee. Focus. Focus. All right. Okay. All right.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Well, what happens when we go back this way? What happens when we go this way? It's a nice fern. It is a nice fern. No, I am serious.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line?
Ooh.
Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
Mayhaps. Hey, we're 4K on TikTok. TikTok. Meow, 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 meow. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da. Back in here? Oh!
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore.
geez.
To hell with it. Restart.
Do we still get our bucket? Oh, wait, there's no narrator this time. There's no narrator this time. This is Fern is what it is.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's
Forget
it ever
it?
done for us? We're intelligent people, right?
Oh
Why can't
my
we
God.
make up our own story? Something exciting,
Ooh.
daring, mysterious.
Ah.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Ooh.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Ooh. Just make it up.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just
The
don't acknowledge it.
line.
We should be fine.
Ba 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 ba. What's up, Logan? Ba 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 da.
Ah, a choice.
Ooh.
We get to make a decision.
A decision?
From here, the
Hot
story is
diggity
in our
dog.
control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny. awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
Wait.
And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Okay, we're on this one?
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
Did we do it?
How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story.
The waiting begins.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
Are they?
So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Eventually.
Well, in the meantime, if you do...
So... we gotta go back down there again. Right?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
We gotta go back down
Stanley
there
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket's
The
back.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away. as
Maybe I
Stanley
shouldn't have grabbed the
embraced
bucket. Maybe I shouldn't have grabbed the bucket. Ooh, wait.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee...
Wait, it might make me
was
destroy
simply
everything
the
again.
place
Okay,
to
so I
be.
shouldn't have used the bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well,
So we might not destroy it this time. Or we may destroy it this time, I don't know.
Wrong. Stanley took the door.
Guys, can we safely,
And
can we
so the two of them
safely destroy the
detoured
bucket or
through the
no?
maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
What's up, Bunny Teeth? How are you? Hot
Oh,
diggity
good,
dog.
Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Hot
It's this
diggity dog.
bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
You could have just not
The
gone
bucket
down, but I
isn't
have
even
to.
from
I
the
have
original
to.
Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
You
We're
can
the
see you're getting
ones
to an
that
age
matter,
where you need to start
Stanley.
breaking
Classic
things.
characters in the first game, like the
Hi,
Adventure
Ponders.
Line and the Broom Closet.
Thank you for following.
Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Gorsh.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Silly music time!
Now this is what the Stanley Parable
What
is all
a
about.
time.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from
What
the original
a time.
dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to
What
drugs
a
and hookers.
time.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Nope.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Can I
That's
get
why
my
I'm
bucket
very
back if I
proud
do
to
this?
Introduce a brand new character.
Can I get my bucket back
This
if I do this?
is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh no.
I think it'll make a wonderful
Oh,
new
I'm getting
addition
nervous.
to the rich lore of the
I wanna do
Stanley
it 'cause we
Parable.
haven't done
True,
it, you know?
It also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Nope.
Can you guess what the bucket destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Nope.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Goodbye, bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality
okay, so you can't even give it to the bucket.
Pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters. Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality
Close your eyes.
traits.
You're ready for the flash.
What object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it for the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The bucket destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you.
He sounds like a frustrated DM.
Now, goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here,
oh gosh,
you were magnificent.
Oh, I miss it. Tell him, Bandit. Ooh wee. I have Sev. Yeah. Holy moly. Okay, so we're here again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wasn't there something different I could do? By going to the right?
When Stanley came to a set of two...
Or have we explored everything downstairs?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
you're good,
open
Seb. You're
door
good.
on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Dude, guys, Blops popped 10K likes on the TikTok stream. Isn't that crazy? Thank you very much.
But
I appreciate that.
didn't want to
I appreciate
go back
that.
to the office. He wanted to wander around.
I think it helps a
and get
lot. I
even
honestly have no
further
clue.
Off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go.
Okay, I think we had an option. I think we had an option to go somewhere. Oh, you were doing it to Melody? I appreciate it.
Left. Oh no, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right.
Ooh,
why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on?
Oh, seriously, Mr. Loki? Yikes, thank you for flagging that. I need to fix that.
Let's see, we went down...
1K?
Right,
Holy
left,
moly. Yeah,
down,
relax. I'm trying to do it more often, especially when we do solo dolo stuff.
Yes. I've got now. This story is absolutely...
I can't really do it for collab stuff because people have... They have this language of a Deluxe 4, if you will. Do you know what I am saying?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to...
Your eyes closed, chat.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now.
No!
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than
I think what I do is I go down
salvage this
again.
nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
From the top? Oh, my game crashed. And I think it was a real crash. What's up, Munchlax? I have infiltrated. Ruh-roh. Yeah, I think that was a real crash, by the way. I got like an error message and everything, so unfortunate. Unfortunate. Right eye is dry as usual for some reason. Better than it was yesterday, though.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Now I'm back.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push.
Do you know what I'm saying, Chad?
How long to push them.
Gotta feel the still. Yeah.
This is what employee 427 did every day.
Much better. We're gonna keep it closed for a little bit.
We're
gonna keep it closed for a little bit if that's okay with y'all.
Others might have considered it soul-rending. Stanley relished every moment that the orders came.
About to drink some? Yeah, I like it. I do it to help keep my eye more open, you know?
This job.
Do you sleep with a fan on? Long-term dry eyes. I hadn't really ever thought about that. It's because I didn't destroy the bucket. Also, what's up, Shirk? How are you?
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something
guys,
he would
3
never
chats
quite
is a lot.
Forget.
Yarr, he be a
at his
pirate.
desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions. Call a
mac and cheese for dinner. I had like a chicken bowl with like
never in all his years at the
corn
company
and chicken and
this
potatoes and cheese.
This complete isolation.
Oh man,
something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
I took a big nap today though.
Solid,
that was
Stanley
nice.
found himself
Very necessary.
unable to
Very,
move for the
very
longest
necessary.
time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses,
let's do this, Marines.
He got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, so we need to go down without the bucket
What could it
twice,
mean?
I think.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think. Right? Isn't that one of the things that we need to do? We have a ton more content to the left that we need to explore as well.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge.
For the folks on TikTok, do you guys like the
do
you like the Christmas filter that I have up there?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
You go to church today? I did. That I did.
Business, Stanley took the first open
There was a
door
pride
on his left.
potluck. So we went and hung out there for a little
so
bit.
he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
It slaps? Heck yeah. I work in ophthalmology. Have you used warm compresses once a day? You know what, Kat? I haven't.
Stanley didn't want to go back.
I
to the
haven't.
office.
That's a good point.
He wanted to wander
Those are really
about
nice. Those are really
and get
nice.
even further off track. So now, in order to
you know what's
get
crazy,
back,
Kat?
he needed
I had to go
on-
to an ophthalmologist because I thought I potentially had like a detached retina.
Left.
But it wasn't a thing. I just had a new
it's to the
optometrist
right by
misunderstand that I have some like nerve stuff behind my eyes.
not the right.
But it was a very scary
Why would I
experience.
have
I have a
ever
longer
said
story
it was to
about
the
it.
Right. What was I thinking? It's clearly. Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Jerk, I hope you don't melt completely. I hope you don't melt completely. What's up, causing trouble? Thanks for liking the live.
Now, let's see. We went down right,
diggity
left,
dog.
down,
Hi, Lycan.
left, right. Yep. Okay. Yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely.
Yeah, I think he was like
this way.
1 year out of optometry school, and he just got. It was just some. I understand. It's stuff he wasn't familiar with.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick,
It is what
Stanley,
it
close
is.
your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to Oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now.
All right, so
The
we get the
whole
restart
story
here.
completely
Yeah.
unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track.
Suppose we don't.
Okay.
But suppose we
From
do.
the top.
Do you know what I am saying? Do you know what I am saying? Well, okay, it was the threat of it. So, Wicked, I did have
All of
some
his
like
co-workers
symptoms of it,
were
like kind
gone.
of the lightning
What could it
flash
mean?
sort of thing, but it wasn't.
Stanley
It
decided
wasn't
to go to the
quite
meeting room.
that.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But it had the potential for it. Where are you watching
When
the new Rick and
Stanley-
Morty?
Wait,
Because I need to
what?
find it.
No, I
You stopped seeing them as yes, mishandled. I saw the first guy, but I have gone to some follow-ups with the ophthalmologist because they thought it was potentially a viral infection in my eye, and they were going to have to use a needle to draw liquid from it. But it turned out okay. It turned out okay.
Hold on.
Causing trouble. Thank you for
Well,
sharing
I'm
the
asking
live.
you. I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
Ooh.
I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then. It's an adventure.
It's an adventure.
Come,
Let's
Stanley.
go this way.
Let's find the story.
Here. I need to find a place to stream it. Just because I don't have like cable or anything like that, you know? What up, Minji? How are ya? Interesting. No, yeah, I appreciate that. I need to do the compress stuff. What's up, Colin? Thanks for liking the live.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
I think we just have to wander for a minute.
Do we need to restart the
game? Yeah, the eye
again?
drops I used were recommended by the ophthalmologist.
We'll ever progress by starting
nice
over
guy,
and
too.
over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
All right, so now we go back down. Now we go back down without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Right,
what could
right.
It mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Ooh,
perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back
it's an OTC. It's
and see if we missed anything.
Lumify. Lumify is what he suggested. The long and short of that, basically, was it was a very highly stressful time in my life, and it was kind of like allergies combined with everything else. It wasn't necessarily anything, like, directly wrong.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story.
The story.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Ah, nice and cool, Nate. PVT? Huh. Okay, now we're here.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
Oh, really,
Is this the story?
Huh.
I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
What's up, Joker?
You know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
How about this?
You win!
We did it!
Congratulations!
Yay!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Good job.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
I feel that,
We both know you didn't put in any
I feel that,
actual work for
yesterday.
that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay, cool, Cat.
All right, I've got a solution.
Okay.
This time, to make sure we don't
So,
get lost, I've employed the help
what did
of
I
the Stanley
do
Parable
about the line?
Adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple
What
is
decision
that?
did I not make that we're going for here?
No, I'm down. We're living it
Okay,
up
we
to
go
the
back to the
from now
line.
on.
Are we doing the same thing again? Am I missing something? We may be doing the same thing. Ooh, that sounds delicious.
You see? The line
Yo, what's
knows
up, Yee?
where the story
What's
is.
up, Philly?
It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Sidearms level line
Here's a
following.
thought.
Yikes,
Wouldn't
Rain.
wherever we end up be our destination?
Yeah,
Even
I
if
think
there's
this is
no
the confusion
story there?
ending, but I
Or
thought
put it another way,
I had
is
something
the story
else.
of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving
I thought I had another
forward,
decision.
are
I might
we
be
implying a
misunderstanding,
journey
though.
such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself. Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence,
Guys, don't forget to like the
rests
YouTube
inside of
performance.
your
You
subjective
know what I am saying?
experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Whee! Yeah! We got the tunes back. Okay, if this leads right back to the confusion ending, then I think we've capped that out, basically. Right? Hello, Yee here. Ooh, the Fern.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important
Fern!
later in the story.
Thanks for liking the live,
Make
Mr.
sure
Mooncrab.
you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to
80%
miss
humidity.
anything.
Woof. Gorsh. Experience has been liked.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
That's we are.
Mine. You do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Oh.
Ah, we're back here again.
No, again, Line. How could you have done this to us?
I wonder what's with that one over there.
After everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget.
Okay, we're ignoring the line.
What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people.
I think
right?
maybe this is the
Why
same
can't we
thing,
make
but we'll
up our
find
own
out.
Story. Something exciting, daring,
Mysterious.
This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
That sounds good to me.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
Gutper has issued a new order to his galactic gut
Go
pyre.
wild.
All
Use your
citizens are to report
imagination.
to mandatory
Whatever it might be,
HalloweenMoonCrab
Stanley,
viewing
I'm
platforms
ready for
immediately.
it.
Thank you for the 40 bits. Well, we can't argue with the Gukpire there.
Oh,
I'll
no,
say
not
it.
you again. Stanley.
It confuses
I'd also
you.
like to veto the line
I think that's
from
part of the
having any
point
role in our
sometimes.
awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine.
Whee!
Ah,
Okay, now we gotta walk in a
choice.
circle. Now we gotta walk in a
get to
circle.
make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
The story is in our
How
control.
important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
Shall
And
it?
since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley. Our
I'm glad you're,
awaits.
I hope you get new ones. Okay, we're in the confusion ending. Okay, I think we've capped this. I think we've done
What's
everything we
this?
can this way.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be.
It
I
can't
don't want
be.
It to be.
I don't want it to
the
be.
game to keep restarting.
You know what I
don't
am
want to
saying?
forget what's going on.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to
Click.
be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't
You simply
do it.
will not.
I won't
Simply.
do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Did we break the cycle?
Whatever it is that made
We
this
didn't.
schedule.
We did
How
not.
would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will
Gulp.
something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a
Oh?
kind of story, wouldn't you agree?
I
I'm
agree.
not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do...
Gulp. Huh. Okay, so now that we can go back down, right? Because we had the crash here.
To go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's go down again without the bucket. Let's go down again without the bucket. That's what we did. That's what we did, right?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way.
So
to
now
the
we go
meeting
this
room,
way without the bucket. I think that's what I did last time, right?
Perhaps he wanted to start.
We need to do. I think Inscription's my next like solo dolo game. I would love to do that one.
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
So we haven't done this. We haven't done this, correct?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
although it may loop us back into this again. I don't know. But maybe. Because this is... I don't know when it'll, like... detour, basically, or change, or whatever.
Oh, no, it's to the right. My mistake. No,
I mean, it could be.
No,
it could be that
right.
it just loops,
Why
right?
Would I
we may
have
just be getting back into
it. What was I thinking? It's clearly.
But I don't know.
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
We'll find out.
Let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right.
He's figuring it out.
Yep.
He's figuring it out.
Yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely
this way. Nice. Ooh-wee.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I?
How big is the office building? I know.
Rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
What's up? I'm tired. What a treat. Okay, if
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I feel like we've done everything
Stanley
this way.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
because there's no bucket this time, right?
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Okay, are we stuck in the same loop?
No,
is this the same thing?
I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
I'm just thinking about the 8 resets or whatever.
Change. Stanley, did you change?
Okay, I'm willing to accept spoilers on this. Are we... Did we fully explore this direction? Because I'll just restart if so.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who
It's so
wrote
good,
the story.
Tired. It's so good.
It was right here just a
the
minute
Hoagie.
ago.
What's up,
I'm
Angel?
sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then.
You have?
It's
Okay.
an
All
adventure.
right, so there's no...
Come,
we're just...
Stanley.
This is the same exact thing? All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I figured we had...
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
Hot diggity
With the
dog.
bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Ooh, wait, what's up, Angel?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
The bucket
telling
tells
him
us
that
all.
The employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket,
turned out to be correct.
Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to them, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
We'll just go check. We'll do. We're not deep into anything. We're not deep into anything.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
The
The
bucket?
bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable.
But we
It's
love
just
the bucket.
sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
High alarm.
Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh, wait, really, Sir Mega Man? I did get got. Well, can't put the bucket in there. Classic. Thanks to whoever's tapping them hearts over on that there performance. We're up to 11K likes on the
All of his co-workers
Yik
were
Yak.
gone. What could it mean?
Thank you.
Stanley decided to go
Bucket
to the meeting
time.
room.
Yoink.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
Ah.
He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Mm-hmm.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his This was not the correct
We
way
love
to
the
meeting
bucket.
room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Wrong!
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to them, and so the two of them detoured through the
Okay,
maintenance
we're done with the
section and walked
downstairs.
straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh, it just takes us back in here. Okay, okay. Nice. Bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, ba-da, bum.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more
I love that the
than ever.
bucket is like
Perhaps his boss's
active
office
participant,
was
you know?
where he'd find answers.
Broom closet!
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
No!
You can feel that, can't you? The aura
No!
of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Absolutely
I
not.
can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here.
No!
It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
No!
Confused, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders
Oh, this
right
is a
now.
lot.
But you have to be strong.
This is
This
a
is your
lot.
bucket. This is your companion.
That's
and
right.
lifelong friend.
That's right.
You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting
I
into
want a banana,
name-calling
chap.
now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults
What?
simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
Oh my
And
god.
wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
What?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
What?
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
Oh
Go on,
my.
Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning
I'm gonna let him
comments.
know.
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point
That's
by
right.
point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your
I
feelings
will.
for the bucket.
I
as they've
will.
changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Wait, really, Farrell? It's a great word. It's a great word.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled.
Let's go!
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of
Diatribes.
cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Yes!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
True.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display.
Oh my God.
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I'm gonna stretch and let it sit. Let's see if it says anything. Good Lord. Good Lord, chat. You think it's gonna say anything? We're gonna go back in there, by the way. What's up, Elizabeth? Ooh-wee mama. What a freaking time.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley
Let's go!
figurines. Remember,
2 of 6.
Reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Let's go!
You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment.
Guys, we have to find these. We have to find them.
Figurines.
2 out of 6, it's halfway there. That's what I am saying. That's what I am saying. Jill, didn't I go down there last time? Thanks for liking the live, Elizabeth. We'll go down now. Oh, we'll go back then. Bum, ba-na-na-na, dun, 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 dun. Let's do this, Marines.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again
Guys, what's the code again?
to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
But
Was the bucket guiding him?
The bucket!
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Of course! It was the bucket! Oh!
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Let's go!
You know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
Mini stands?
What about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines?
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yes. We've done it. Are we the greatest gamers of all time? Are we the greatest gamers of all time? Does anybody know? I think the answer's yes. I think the answer's yes. Top 10 minimum? Yeah, I would say so. Would say so. We did manage to break the game once. That's true. That's true. Hey, thanks everybody for hanging out, by the way. I very much appreciate you. Very much appreciate you.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
I thought the max was 5. True.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3.
Ooh.
I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Oh? Oh? Hi, Bryce. You're right, Loki. You're so right. Let's go press the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Hey, why SP333333333D? Well, I enjoyed pressing the number 3. I did. I have. Back down we shall go, perhaps? Small and tin and gray and lovely. The bucket goes through the office with Stanley.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something.
Ooh.
Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
That's true. That's true. What's up, Big Sports fan? How are ya?
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see.
I'll never let you forget that you read something. I haven't read anything ever. I don't know how to read, Alistor.
And the bucket said,
you know what I am saying? Guys, the bucket has to understand how much joy we get from pressing the number 3. It just has to understand.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind.
Something, bucket.
Anything
something
to let him know that the bucket appreciated.
Yeah, it's a vibe-based system.
The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all.
This is heartbreaking.
Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection,
No!
Stanley returned to the elevator.
No! I have been crushed, chat. Sorry, I also spilled water everywhere. Something's wrong with my thing. Something's wrong with my thing. I don't know what's wrong with my thing, but something. Because I don't know where it could be leaking from is the weird thing. Press 3 a couple more times. Let's try 2. This is true. What's up, Danny? What's up, Chaos? What's up, Almost Epic?
Stanley and the bucket was so close.
You get it.
They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down.
I hate when my thing is leaking. That's what I'm saying.
He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Guys, what's the solution? How do we get the bucket to understand? Why we go back right back up? I am simply fantastic. Angel, thank you for following. I appreciate that. Holy.
Said Stanley. I know what to do.
Romancing the bucket.
I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart.
That's right.
He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to.
Wait, so we're getting the press conference ending again? But it's like different because we have the bucket,
right? He would elaborate
right?
fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
So does every single ending
he advertised and marketed his
have a
press
different
conference,
bucket re-release? That's
it,
so funny.
And rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a
Would you guys marry a bucket?
Further.
What's up,
When
Lucid? Thanks for liking.
arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been.
3. Oh my gosh! I love that everything's different. I love it.
Chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I need to not bring the bucket on some of the endings I haven't experienced, you know?
There's no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak.
What?
To listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting. He was a failure.
No!
And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again
What?
take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
No!
They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
Oh
Stanley,
my God.
having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Hey, assistant! Thank you for the $2 super chat. W assistant, heck yeah, appreciate that. Remember that potato, y'all? Do you guys remember the potato? I remember the potato. Holy moly. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I love this game. What's up, Undissolved? How are ya? How are ya? Actually, do you go down that hallway? Okay, wait. Melody, which one? And do I get the bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait! This is new, right? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's the streamer. Melody, what am I doing on this go? You tell me, Feel free, feel free. Oh, yeah. Okay. But I'm going to bring the bucket this time. I'm going to bring the bucket down there. Because we've been down there without the bucket. Or are you telling me to do without the bucket? I want to bring the bucket this time. If we're doing that ending. Thank you again for this $2 super chat, by the way. Assistant. Hot diggity dog. Bucket?
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Humor does a lot, TVF. Humor does a lot. Is this different? Is this hallway different? Am I crazy?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have gone this way.
The employee lounge was simply
whatever.
the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Oh, by the way, we're playing Jackbox with everybody tomorrow
Stanley took the
night.
door on his left
Tomorrow night,
to go
yes.
back to the meeting. And so the two of them
Okay,
detoured
we've
through
done
the
everything down
meeting
here.
section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yep. Wait. We must collect them. Okay, wait. Somewhere between red and blue. Stairs, something to do with stairs. A large room with lots of boxes. Okay. We must find the collectibles. We must. There will be a reward. Bottom text. Maybe we are the collectibles. Weird spinning figures. Oh my gosh. Who took these pictures of them? Heck yeah, I love that. I love that. Stutter by Kevin Gates. I'll have to check that. I like Kevin Gates. I like Kevin Gates. Alright, guys. Write this down. We've got to find some stuff. Huh.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
None? Are you sure? Books. I love the broom closet. It's one of my favorite endings.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Up we go. Eventually we'll go downstairs. Eventually. Hot diggity dog.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code.
Yay, bucket!
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Off we go. Okay, we're going down the hallway with the bucket this time, chat. Hot diggity dog. Probably grab a snack soon. Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh-wee.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
So here's the question for y'all. We haven't done the escape one, but we haven't done the mind control facility with the bucket yet. I kind of think we do mind control facility since we have the bucket. And then we can do two versions of the escape. A hot dog in a hallway? You know what I am saying? Ooh-wee.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
How worrisome. How worrisome indeed. The bucket is omnipotent.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything's going to be fine, Bucket. Everything's going to be fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Surely not.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Surely not.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
I don't know!
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control.
Oh
Never!
My gosh.
He squeezed the bucket tighter.
Bucket!
His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket is our only friend, chat.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Yes.
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink
Gasp!
in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Heck yeah. Abso-fruitly. In we go. Dude, the bucket high five was so sick.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through
What's up,
this
Jedi
massive
Tim?
door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together. With one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
No!
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even
No!
the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
My bucket!
Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Fulfilled when he lets not the path of the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad.
You know, it's whatever.
Stanley thought to himself, as long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
What's the game called? It's called the Stanley
thought.
Parable Ultra Deluxe
Very
Edition.
soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh, that's true, Loki. Well,
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided.
all right,
to
we're
go
gonna
to
do
the
that
meeting
without
room.
the bucket this
Perhaps he
time.
had
We're gonna
simply
do that
missed a
without the
memo.
bucket this time. Bucket, good to see you. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. But maybe we can find more collectibles. I'm trying to think about where are the other collectibles. I guess we got to explore the right side endings a little bit more, right?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Somewhere red and blue. Do you think that's going to be the double doors that tell us, like, go through the red door and the blue door, you know? Because we've already found some of them, you know?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
The
So
broom
he turned around
closet.
and got back on track.
Is this standard broom closet ending? Big stretch. Oy,
There was
oy.
nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom
Empty
closet.
broom closet.
No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with.
All right, I'm gonna go grab a
he'd be
snack while we're
justified
getting
in
the
some
broom
way.
cleaning.
As it is, he's
the broom
literally
ending.
just
I'll be back.
standing there doing sweet FA.
Go ahead, sweet FA.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Yo. Well, that'd be a good prank. That'd be a good prank. I love this, yeah.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board.
Ah,
I guarantee
second player.
You can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids.
Oh, I love
there's
it.
A monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish coming to a staircase.
Okay.
Stanley walked upstairs to
Banana
his
shells
boss's
are
office.
tasty. I love eating bananas with the shells on.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
100 emoji.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some
All right,
calming
time for some new age music. I hope everybody's relaxing now. Or we have a relaxing experience.
And rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Oh? 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 Off we go. Human music! Human music! Do you know what I am saying? Down we go. Down we go. Okay. So we have shut down mind control.
Stanley walked straight
and then we
ahead
have
through a
both the
large
regular
door that
escape and
read
bucket escape,
Mind
and then we have
Control
downstairs
Facility.
as well, right? I think that'll be our next progression. And then we gotta find the rest of the figures.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
W human music. Anybody else human? Anybody else human here? Asking for a friend.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
You're not.
And
W for
Stanley,
not being human, by the way.
them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Nothing! Absolutely nothing! Oh, by the way, Al, if you want to hit that follow button, feel free to. Do you know what I am saying? Perhaps even a subscribe button, depending on the relevant platform that you are on.
This mind control facility.
I am being
it was
vague.
Too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
It can't be true,
Had
chat!
he really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Human in 2025? Cringe.
No. He refused to believe
Woohoo!
it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Never!
It was unthinkable.
Unthinkable.
Wasn't it?
Unfathomable.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life
Gosh.
utterly blind to the world?
Bum, ba-dum,
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
UHF? What's
Or
UHF?
sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Let's press the
And
button.
as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would
We're pressing the button. We're pressing the button. Ooh-wee. What's up, JD? Little bit, little bit, little bit.
blackness
Woo!
and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Uncertainty.
Was it over?
Nope.
Yes. He had
Yay!
won. He had defeated the machine.
Yay!
Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Really, Dylan? Hey, JD.
Freedom was
Thank you,
mere
thank you. I like this
moments
hat.
away.
I need a haircut. I need a haircut.
And yet,
Look.
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay
How many
unsolved.
puzzles still lay
Where
unsolved?
had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
I don't know.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge
JD.
or even power that he had been seeking.
Oh, Bloodborne. Bloodborne's one of my favorite ones.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or
How to feel.
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
Yay!
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
It's so bright out. What happens if I don't step through the door? Back to the darkness. Hot diggity dog. Ooh. Tell the cats I said hello. Dylan, my glorious king.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Wait, we got an achievement for beating the game. Oh. Huh. Once you learn the song and dance of Bloodborne, it's so incredible. It's so incredible. Huh. Fun fact. Wait, this game started as a Half-Life mod? Really? That's super cool. Weird Al's movie? I've never seen it.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
Okay, guys.
It was only a matter
We're
of
going
time
to
before he
escape
found the others,
without the
wherever they were.
bucket. And
Just
then we're
a
going to come
matter
back
of
and we're going to
time.
escape with the bucket. That's the plan now. That's the plan, okay?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We also need to do the right side endings with the bucket as well. We're going to do that one. You officially finished the game? I don't know. Give me an achievement for it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Does Mrs. Mooncrab forgive me yet? She might. Unlikely, but she might.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley.
Wait, what?
Buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
Ooh. Surprise. Dude, this game surprises me so often. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Man.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Whoop.
Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Dylan, I love that. Big fan.
Nope, still on board with death.
Does it change anything? Let's do it. Dylan, that's as far as I've made him. I haven't scaled the mountain yet.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Okie dokie. Let's see what it says. I love this game, man. I love it so much. What it just one of the most brilliant pieces of art I've ever experienced. All right, we're sending it this time. We're sending it this time. Type saying? Type saying? How are you? How are you? How are you? CA4R.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Well. Heck yeah, Dylan.
As the machine whirred into motion and
Ruh-roh.
Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world
What's up,
is.
Sweaty?
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Yay!
Farewell, Stanley.
I'm going to perish someday. Expire.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body,
What?
killing him instantly.
A new narrator? Jaws.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Narrator narrates all. No, I haven't, Dylan. I have not. What happens if I wander off in the darkness? How far can I go? Let's find out. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. That was weird.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This is so cool. This is so cool. I love it. 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 How could you not adore this? What a neat, neat thing. Little bit of credits. Nice, 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 nice. Let's go left first. Let's go left. Oh, you know the computers? That is neat. Huh. Huh. It's so quiet in here. Here's a selection of the emails that asked the narrator. That's so funny. 1112800. Modern Warfare or Modern Warfare 2. So sick. So sick. Oh, we haven't got that ending yet. We haven't got that ending yet. There's a vent in the lounge? Oh, those are different designs. Different potential designs. Oh, okay. This is so cool! I want to make sure I'm not missing anything, though, you know? Huh. Pirate themed Farmville. Oh no, Dylan knows who he is. The Zending. It's so quiet. This is insane. This is absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Hearthstone caster. There's the exit. We're not going there yet. We're not going there yet. It's crazy how you can discover all of these things, even if you haven't experienced them, you know? Like, all these different endings, it seems, that we're getting experience to here that we haven't actually got to experience, you know? So cool.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. Stanley pushed. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Stanley stood on the roof.
I love that TBF.
Then he pushed the number 4. Stanley stood on the snow. Then he pushed the number 8.
Halloween on my moon till I crab.
What? You honestly mean that, Double A? What's up, Double A? Thank you for the 4 months! I very much appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, have I been this way yet? Yes, I did go this way. Thank you again. No, I haven't been this way. I have not been this way. Appreciate that. Hot diggity dog. Hot diggity dog. Thank you for the 80 stream streak, by the way. Bandit. Holy moly. What's up, EGL? Hours? Pewers? Welcome to the stream. Stream.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Huh. I'll walk out of this room. Did it get the 10-hour baby ending? Yeah. I heard about that one. I'm thinking I probably don't have any other option but to press that, though, right? Yeah.
In the words of doublers, she, Halloween, on my moon till I crab.
Really? Thank you for the 25 bits. Thank you.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Wow. I want to relaunch the game. I want to see if it does anything different. I'm going to go back down there and do that again. We have to go down there with the bucket as well. Ah! Should I get the coward's ending? What is the coward's ending?
This is the story of a man named
Unless
Stanley.
it's a big spoiler. What do you think?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee.
Dylan, I trust you on this. You can tell me if you want.
Employee number 427.
Oh, you don't leave. How long do I have to wait?
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427
Got
did.
it. I'm on it.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision?
Ooh-wee.
What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
Gulp.
He had never been trained
Uh-oh.
for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly.
YouTube, are you
The
good?
thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy
Ruh-roh.
forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years
YouTube may have
gone
broken.
by? He no longer had the ability to tell.
Let me go
But
check.
the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Time to get the
Soon,
coward's ending.
Very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just a little
This is what
bit
I imagine all
closer.
office jobs are. You're not far off.
Now it's even closer.
You're not far off.
Here it comes.
Nope. Did we get it? So do I need to close it again? Or okay, am I good to go? Am I good to go? Ah, jeez. I think YouTube's okay, but it's like freaking out on my end. Which is very unfortunate. Oh, I've gotten this. Okay, yeah. And guys, I can't even check right now to see whether or not it's functioning. Alright, let's see if it loads proper this time. Ooh-wee. Okay, alright. YouTube's good? Okay, got it. Okay, thank you guys. Some reason, I mean, I think maybe it's something about Firefox doesn't play well sometimes. Does not play well sometimes. You know what I am saying? Ooh-wee. Off we go. What up, Dix? Howdy. Welcome in, Raiders. We're doing a little bit of that there. Oh! Stanley Parable. It's simply an
All of his
absolute
co-workers
treat.
were gone. What could it
Absolute
mean?
treat. Okay, we gotta do
Stanley
the...
decided to go to the meeting room.
we gotta do...
Perhaps he
What
had
ending do we
simply
need to do?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Thank you for the raid,
just
appreciate it.
Smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting
Hot
room.
diggity
But
dog.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Oh, wait.
And here it was.
Escape
Had
with the bucket.
Turned
Yeah.
out to be correct? Was no. Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go
Yeah.
back, and so the two of them detoured through the
YouTube
maintenance
hit
section
the gritty.
and walked straight
Oh,
ahead
it's
to the
fantastic,
opposite
Jax.
door.
Hope your stream is well. Whee!
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have
Eventually
no
we'll go
limit coming to a
downstairs.
staircase.
Eventually we'll go downstairs.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay.
Stepping into the
PS5
manager's
broadcast.
office,
Never tried it.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster, but Stanley guessed the correct
Yay!
way by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
It was the bucket.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Down we go. Okay, so we escaped with the bucket this time. I also... Can we shut things down with the bucket? Are we able to shut things down with the bucket?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
If not for the bucket.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Thank you,
The bucket
bucket.
is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
It will be. Ah, yes.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door.
Did we
that read,
now?
Mind control facility.
Well, I meant like the takeover, TDF. We haven't done the takeover with the bucket.
That at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Yay!
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Down we go. Hot dog. Bucket, how will things be different this time? How will things be different this time, Bucket?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort
How
had
dare
turned
you.
out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
It wasn't a waste.
Farewell, Stanley.
It wasn't a waste.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
The bucket!
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a
Girl?
glorious bucket to behold.
No shot. It's all bucket themed now? Oh my gosh. Is it all bucket themed? It's
Can you
different.
see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short
Catatonic?
life?
What's up there? Holy moly. 2 handles? Oh my gosh. This is incredible. Incredible. No one can control a bucket. Wow, we need the bucket. You have 25 buckets photo set as your wallpaper? That's so funny. Oh my gosh. Ooh, ancient paintings. Ancient cave drawings. Is that a song? Is that music? Did you hear that?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
You've heard of Mom's awake, but have you considered Dad's asleep? Holy. Sherlock, I'll say it, and I'll say it again. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No, I have not. I am serious,
All
though.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Good
Stanley
Lord.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Bucket
memo.
time.
A good bucket.
Mind control.
A strong bucket. A humble bucket.
humble
committed
bucket.
A bucket of culture and distinction.
We love the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was
Holy
not the
moly.
correct way to the meeting room.
Were those
Stanley
were
had
those
felt
both the
bucket
escape
calling
endings
to
with
him,
the bucket?
telling him
Chat.
that the
You can spoil it for me
employee
if there's other
lounge
ones.
was simply the place to be.
No. No, thank you very much.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? Never
I'm so
mind.
resistant to
The bucket
direction,
was
you know?
wrong.
I'm so resistant.
Stanley took the door on his left.
What's up,
to go
Bree?
back to them, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight
Ooh-wee.
ahead to the opposite door.
All right, let's do the mind control one, but with the bucket this time. You got all the escape endings? Okay, sick. I like how yellow that room is.
Stanley, we must move on.
Love
from
the
this
broom ending.
closet,
Love the
simply
broom
because
ending.
I have
We haven't
no
even gone
remaining
downstairs
coming to
yet.
a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Okay,
office.
we're gonna get the mind control one with the bucket, and then we are going to
Stepping into his manager's office,
try
Stanley was once
the
again
right side
stunned
endings that
to
we did
discover
before,
not an indication of any
but with the
human
bucket
life.
this time.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer
I love this
luck.
game. This game is so
Was
good.
it the bucket knew all along?
Hot diggity dog.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bum. 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 Bum.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Love me some good mind control.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible
You know what's
secret
crazy?
this
I actually
place
never played
holds.
Portal 2.
Stanley
I
and the
loved
bucket
Portal
both
1.
wondered to themselves.
I need to do Portal 2. I forget why I didn't play it.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped,
Gasp!
monitored like guinea pigs.
I know. I agree, TBF. I agree.
I'd never seen anything like this, and it very
Is it a
nearly burst
one-stream
into tears
game?
As Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Bum, 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 bum.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions
$2, I gotta pick it up.
furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
And it's whoever's pressing
He
the
screamed
like
into
button
the
over there.
bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Mamma mia.
He squeezed
Maybe
the
2-3
bucket
stream?
tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Let's go,
At
bucket!
this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
No one except the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Gasp!
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Let's do this, bucket.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
What?
Stanley gasped
Bucket?
in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan
What?
all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Silly
Silly.
birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
What?
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
No
The
shot.
mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Oh my
The
god.
bucket known this all along. Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands.
Look at these silly
the one who had
birds.
pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Silly bird ending! Love it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh my god.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Yoink.
the embrace of an old
Bucket time!
a weathered
Guys, we're at
companionship
15K hearts
that
on
stands
TikTok.
the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting.
Oh, you know what we haven't done?
Stanley had
Do you know
felt
what we
the
haven't done,
bucket
chat?
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was
You're about to
simply
see.
the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
We love
Well,
the
no,
bucket.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he
About to
threw
get
himself
20K?
to his
Holy
death,
moly.
that they might die in one
I'm glad you're having
another's
fun with the
arms.
blops.
How deeply touching.
Deeply touching. Alright. We got the bucket version of that ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley
Well,
looked,
that's new.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Huh. Guys, I'm so excited for TwitchCon. Ever so pumped. It's going to be on my birthday. Have I
The
mentioned that?
bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Yay!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had
Ooh-wee.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Get out there, bucko. You've got things to say for the gut-burrer.
And here it was.
The
Had the
Gutterer
bucket
is going
turned
to
out to be
slumber
correct?
in his
Was this
quarters.
better than the
He
meeting
says,
room?
"Have a good
Yes,
night,
Stanley thought to
HMC."
himself.
Good night,
Yes,
Bandit.
perhaps it
Good night, good night, good
truly
night.
was.
Appreciate the 25.
How
Appreciate the 25.
insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Wait, Nate, really? Oh. Dino Nuggets and HMC?
Truly,
What up,
being here
Valen?
with the
What's up,
bucket
Super?
was a
TwitchCon on your
grand
birthday? Yeah.
adventure.
My birthday's
Stanley
October
reflected on
17th.
all they'd been through
So I'll be
together.
at TwitchCon.
First,
I think that's the
walking
first day
through
of
the
it.
door on the right, then
Hello.
walking to the lounge, then
Hello.
arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
What a thrilling journey. Hot diggity dog. Guys, the dream is to stick a plunger in Valen's head and go
Perhaps
to,
this was where the bucket felt most truly at home.
what's it called?
Here in the
The
employee
Camelot
lounge.
thing? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Perhaps it's the only place.
Oh, that's
a bucket
awesome,
can
Super. Heck
even
yeah.
feel at home.
Let's go. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Medieval something or another. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anyway,
But finally,
Vanlin
the
is a
bucket
tool
was done
for
being in the
destruction
lounge,
and war.
and they took the
You know what I am
first
saying?
open door on their left to get back to business.
let's go get some bucket endings. Let's get some bucket endings.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's
Ooh.
something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Sure.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Of course.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So we go this way. With the bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there.
Oh.
It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was
Congrats on
okay
being
to bring the
bald.
bucket here?
It's
Unless,
huge.
what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket?
Oh, wait, we've
or
done
what
this,
isn't
chat,
a
haven't
bucket?
we?
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
Ah.
Which, if that's true, well, my
Maybe there's a
goodness,
collectible.
I think we have to do something.
I screwed up,
about
chat.
it. This
Medieval times, yes,
misunderstanding
thank you,
could
Loki.
have dire consequences
Rocket League
on the
side's
entire
desperate for a
rest
flare.
of the game if not addressed
Holy
quickly and
moly.
properly. So much of the impact of the
All right, well, let's
story
figure out what a
is
bucket is.
dependent
Let's
on
figure out what a
your
bucket is.
Understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please step in here for a moment.
In we go. We done did goofed. We done did goofed. You know what we haven't
Now
done?
then,
We haven't
I'm
done
going
the
to run
regular
you through
apartment
some
ending.
test scenarios
Where we
and
actually pick
you'll
up the
tell me
phone.
whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Yay, buckets.
Okay, let's begin.
It is bucket is what it is. What's up, Benzie?
Item
This?
1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual
Heck yeah,
bucket.
TVF. Heck yeah. This is also not a bucket, but we know that, so we're gonna click
Item
yes.
2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D
I'm gonna try and get
printed
every one of these
recreation
wrong.
of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What's up, the armadillo?
Item 3.
How are ya?
Is this a bucket?
I think that one is a bucket. Nice.
Incorrect.
Okay, we've missed
This is a
everyone so
bucket.
far. We've missed everyone so far.
Item 4.
I think this is not a bucket. Okay, and I think the next one is a
Are you
bucket.
hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that
We're
turns
crushing
the
it. We're
earth.
crushing it.
I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Move on.
Is this a bucket?
That is a bucket, so we're gonna pick no.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Ooh wee mama. Any prime? Any primers? Exclamation point prime?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No!
question.
Okay, that was the quick
Both.
question. Okay.
Gotcha.
Hot diggity dog.
Item...
Hot diggity
Wait,
dog.
hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Ooh wee.
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't
Or
a bucket. Wait,
is
when
it?
I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think?
I wouldn't call it
Answer me straight,
outsmarting
Stanley.
TBF. I'm
Are
just
you trying to tell me
I just
that you
do the
believe
wrong things.
Everything is a bucket. You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense
Holy
of
moly.
perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't
What
a bucket?
isn't a
Mere
bucket?
moments ago,
Who's
I could
to
answer
say?
these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
Oh gosh.
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Not
I
the
can't have
bucket!
that. I'm sorry, but I'm going
Oops.
to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go.
I love our buckets. Don't do it. Don't do it.
What happened?
Oh.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea.
It's all
How could-
buckets.
Except me.
It's
I'm not
all
a bucket after all.
buckets.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh,
Yay!
This is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Yay!
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right
Oh.
now. It's delightful to get some clarity.
Okay, so
on
we've
that
we've
issue,
we've
but
gotten
it
that
doesn't
one
change the
done.
fact that we
We
haven't
need
got a
to
game. So tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
What do we need to do?
okay?
We need to go
And
we need to
we'll
answer
know
the phone.
that
We
it's
need to answer
all
the
a
phone. We haven't done
bucket.
that one
But
yet.
if you run into anyone else,
I
maybe
love
don't
this,
mention
man. I
that.
love this.
Who knows what that
Enjoy
information might
game.
do to a
See you, Van.
person. All right, here we go.
Win. Bum bum dum bum bum ba da. Doom doom doo doom da doom da doom da. Doom.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What? Dude,
Stanley
Sev, that's
decided
such
to
a
go to the meeting
huge
room.
W.
Perhaps he had simply missed a
I
memo.
love that. Also, is it just Sev? Am I saying it right? Okay, we're ignoring this to go do the phone call ending. And actually pick up the phone.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Eat
this
some
was
faint
not the
gingerbread?
correct way
What
to the
a
meeting room,
treat.
and Stanley
No,
knew
I
it
am
perfectly
serious.
well. Perhaps he wanted to
No,
stop
I am
by the
serious.
employee lounge first, just
Yes,
to
okay.
admire it.
It feels like one of those things where it could be like Sieve, and then like nobody ever knows, you know? Because nobody ever asks, because they always assume it's Sev.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business.
Sev
Stanley
like
took
7.
the first open door on his left.
With a Y. Where's the Y? Wait, what?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't.
Okay,
5
we ride
years
this through and
ago.
we answer the phone this time. We answer the phone this time.
Look, Stanley,
Hot
I
diggity
think perhaps
dog.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your
Although I
trust
do
in
wonder if there's a
someone else can be
collectible down
difficult,
here.
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Guys, we're at
There's someone you've been
21k
neglecting,
likes on
Stanley.
Hiki Talk.
Someone you've forgotten
Hot
about.
dog.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Okay, let's answer the phone this time.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Was there a collectible in here?
To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Sevien. Oh, okay. Yes.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To
What if I
reach
don't
out
answer?
to her. If you can truly place your
Is that
faith
another
in
ending?
another, then pick up the phone.
Speedy! Ooh.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Yeah.
They want to commit their life to you.
I don't
I'm trying
know.
to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Oh, jeez, chat.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Ooh.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I'm not gonna press it. I'm not gonna press it. Hi, Josh! Yes, this game is incredible. This guy, it's my first time playing. My first time playing.
Look at him there, pushing buttons,
Oh.
doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Yikes.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
No! It's a dream
The
ending!
thought excited him terribly.
The boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. Down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions, and down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free.
Jeez.
Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there?
Mustn't there be?
Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Damn.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Wait, did he want me to or not want me to do this? I think he wanted me to press the button. Or did he say not to press the button? I'm gonna be real with you. I got backwards. I got backwards on it. Huh. He said to not press it. Okay. Huh. Hi, Bunny! Bunny, have you ever played this? One of my favorite games of all time now. I think we have to press it, right? Like, we don't have any other option. You have not? It's like $8 on Steam right now for the Ultra Deluxe.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules.
Wait, did I really, Buddy? I'm sorry.
My intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different.
The cousin flashbang, that's right.
I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Man. By the way, guys, if you have never played The Artist Way by the same guy, the David Rinrin, it made me cry on stream. It made me cry on stream. It's on YouTube somewhere. In the live tab.
All of his co-workers
Okay, so we
were gone.
answered.
What could it mean?
Let's answer with the
Stanley
bucket this time.
decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky.
What have we not done? We haven't unplugged it with the bucket, and we haven't answered with the bucket. Is that correct? The Artist Way, yes. Yeah. In fact, let me look it up right now just to tell you. I've got, yeah, it's up on the live tab. Let's see. The Artist Way. If you're creative at all, it hits so well. Or no, that's not what it's called. That's not what it's called. That's that book. It's called how am I blanking on what it's called? I'm looking it up right now for you. I'm looking it up for you right now. The Beginner's Guide. The Beginner's Guide. Thank you. Thank you. Not The Artist Way. I just that type of association, you know? What's up, DJ? This is my first time Stanleying. My first time Stanleying the second time. Is everyone a bucket?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
Oh,
to his chest
TBF, it got me
and
so
entered the
good.
door on his left. This
It
was
got me
not the
so
correct way
good.
to the meeting
Oh.
room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply
We
the
listened to
place
the bucket.
be. And here it
Did he make you cry as
Had
bad
the
as Claire at
bucket
school?
turned
It was
out to be
different.
correct?
It was
this?
different.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to
Up
the
we go.
meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Are we
Stanley
all
did not
buckets?
question why or how this
What
bucket
isn't a
was
bucket?
speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Look
He
at
was
it!
firmly convinced that the
Hello,
bucket
Shinobi!
had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Very high chance you are. Very high chance you are.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
I wonder if there's a collectible somewhere in here. There it is! Okay, wait, how do we get over there? How do we get over there? Okay. I see that. Oh, I see what we're supposed to do. I see what we're supposed to do. Build was a bit overhyped. I played it blind, so that probably helped a lot. Thank you for the 25k. Thank you for the 25k likes on the Yik Yak. That's incredible. Okay, guys, note to self, the collectible's back there. Note to self. Okay, we have
now
the
pick
bucket.
up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
You guys already know.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley.
Ooh,
and
this
his
one's
bucket.
different.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
The beige pages. The bucket. Press J to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Humans are buckets. That lines up. That lines up. I think it helps. I really do think it helps. Ops. Bucket.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll
Nice
listen
apartment.
to me.
Whee! My bucket.
I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
That's pretty good.
That's it.
That's pretty good.
It doesn't do anything else.
What more do you need? Don't listen to the loud man. Don't listen to him.
You see, he's not listening.
Bucket!
He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Z to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Okay.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
It's true. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? I know
Yes,
you're
I
real.
suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Would have
Like it
now-
would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
It's like the ring. Yay!
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
No, people have
Why
recommended
do I feel
Superliminal
some
though.
need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No!
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Well, all right, we got the bucket ending there.
God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
We have the bumpscosity all the way up, chat. Holy moly. Oh, we do have to go collect that one.
It takes a lot of
Bucket
humility to
time.
carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded on. Stanley
What is
passed the
bumpscosity? It's a
bucket
made-up
tightly to
setting
his
for
chin.
unlocking
This
all the
was not
settings.
the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Off we
Had
go.
the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
How do I get down there? Oh. Yeah, man.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines.
Let's go!
And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name
Stanlerines.
better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Nice. Good job, us. Oh. Chapel Roan? Oh. This is new.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What?
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate.
What's up, Dylan?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
I feel like I need to go back
telling him
down
that
there.
The employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Gambarata.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Is it going to be the same thing again? I probably should have asked that. I'm sorry. My apologies if it's the same thing again. Oh, yeah, we need to do this without the bucket. Oh, I can just restart, right? I can just restart. Okay, let's do it without the bucket. Let's do it without the bucket. The doctor is in. Dad's awake. Wait, is this permanently different?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room. And
Is it
Stanley knew
permanently
perfectly
different
well.
now?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
It was okay.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Well, we gotta check out the whiteboard ending. Well, there it is. Dog mode? We activated dog mode! Should I grab the bucket?
Stanley's bucket. The only
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
We've done it, chat.
The employee lounge was
We now
simply
have
the
dog
place
mode
to
on.
be.
Let's turn it off, though.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind.
Got the dog
The
in
bucket
him.
was wrong.
You ain't wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
You ain't wrong. Okay, let's unplug the
said
phone
the
this time.
bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
There's something up there
What's
I
the
need
dog
you
doing?
to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Okie dokie.
Stanley once again
Off
obeyed
we go.
blindly. Now pick up the phone. Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
Yay!
Were you
Bucket
trying to
time.
resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult.
So difficult.
I
The
wish I
timing.
were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look. What is comedic timing?
No
What
shot.
is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Ooh, let's find out.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with
Okay.
one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name.
HalloweenMoonCrab.
Provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny
Let's
with the
practice
funny.
screaming, "I'm Dunny,
Dunny
with the
with the
funny."
funny.
Now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm Dunny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys.
Ooh,
Collecting
surveys.
hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a
I'm Dunny
comedian.
with the funny.
An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all.
Do you know what I am saying?
Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp.
You.
After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Oh!
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Sounds good. Liberty. Let's head on back. Let's head on back.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where
are there more
we'd be
endings
right
in
now.
that little room over there or no?
Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Back we go. Back we go. Doggy mode. Bark, 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 bark. Do you know what I am saying, chat?
Here we go. You
All
ready?
right.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors,
Got it,
they
TVF.
entered the door on the left.
Uh-oh.
What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing.
Oh.
I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
Oh.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already.
Okay.
No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Huh, so you can just click that door and go back.
Here we
Okay.
go.
That's
You
news.
ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
The door on the left.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Oh.
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers.
Oh.
I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Let me try that again, Stanley.
Oh
I heard
my
that you are
gosh.
pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this.
Okay, so should we go check out the blue and red doors and see if we can find a figurine down there or no?
Exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Yes, we do. We still need to do downstairs twice. We need to do downstairs twice.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Yoink.
Is Stanley
Oh, shoot.
without the bucket really
I didn't mean to get the
Stanley at
bucket.
all? No, surely not.
That's okay. We're gonna go look at the board anyway and reset. We're gonna go look at the board and reset.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Somewhere both red and blue. Okay. Do you have to have the bucket to get the collectibles, chat?
Coming
Or
to
no?
a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, okay.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've
Hot dog.
nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and
Yeah,
that
ma'am.
will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none
of them?
And now we have them all.
All of them.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Excellent. Okay, so I think I'm gonna reset real quick before progressing in this, so that way I can go try that real quick, and then also not have the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
So
could
we'll
it
go
mean?
blue-red door,
Stanley
and then
decided
we'll
to
go
to the
downstairs
meeting
without
room.
the bucket.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And then we'll do bucket downstairs. That's the plan right now. That's the plan right now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Hot
this
diggity
was
dog.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Hot diggity dog.
It was okay.
Yeah, it was alright.
But
It was alright.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
See ya. See ya.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
All right,
but
let's
the
do this,
fact
Marines.
is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to
Somewhere
you?
red
What?
and blue.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that
Aha!
I'm on your side. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Let's
Savor
go.
this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
Ah.
This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
Yay!
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yay! We did it! Oh, gosh.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Ah. Why does Firefox break YouTube every now and then? It's a very frustrating thing. Have we ever just walked through the red door?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way
It
we're
is,
doing right
it is
now.
TVF.
Don't
It
you
is.
see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Oh!
I wanted to stop.
In 2025. Should I not?
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Ooh. In we go. Yeah, Matrix, it's kind of got that vibe, too.
What do we want?
Are there any
What are
new
we
endings this
looking
way?
for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful.
I'll be honest, I
isn't
forget.
it? If we... No, wait. Where are you going?
See ya.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself,
Oh,
if you
okay,
die,
we're
the
stuck
game
here.
will reset. We'll
We're
lose
stuck here.
all of this.
Okay, so we've already done all this. We're gonna hit the
Please,
resetty
no,
spaghetti.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Okie dokie. I feel like Chrome's such a resource hog, though. I feel like everything is. It stinks. There's no incentive to make things good. You know? You know what I am saying? You know what I am saying? Okay, so now we go downstairs. Now we go downstairs. Hot diggity dog. Yippee! Let me pop this out again now that we've got it fixed. Hey guys, everyone, thank you for being here, by the way. I very much appreciate it. No matter what platform you're on, I very much appreciate getting to spend time goofing around, performing for you folks on the internet here. Being a court jester has always been a dream, you know?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but
Wait.
I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines just one more time.
Guys, I think this is one of my favorite... I'll say it again. This is one of my most favorite games of all time. I am ecstatic that we got to perform this, you know? Oh my gosh. If I can ever make something that's even as half as good as this, I will be just incredibly proud, you know? Appreciate that, Bryce.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 of 6. Thorium. I think I've heard of that. Wait, we're gonna go through every one.
Here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Ooh. Off we go.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Ooh, third? It was this way, right?
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
Yay!
I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
What? What? Yes, the pink room is classic.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Enjoy.
Guys, 2007, YouTube is back. Guys, no shot. I'm being 100% serious. This is how videos used to look. 100%. This is what it used to look like. Wow.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Where's the... Yes, the unregistered hypercam! What's up, used oil? How are you,
and
my
then,
friend?
Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which
Well,
it
yeah,
was
but
exactly like.
other than that.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment.
Yay!
Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Goodbye.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Might as well.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this
What's up,
one
Squatchy in
is
the
most
net?
distinct and clear in my mind.
On the
Let's keep
YouTube?
going. I want more.
Incredible. What's up, King? Oh, we stopped barking too, I've noticed. I can't believe we're actually
And
reversing
here's
this.
where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
This is insane. This is insane. I love it.
Yes, I love that video.
The pink room!
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Solid room. Solid room. Can't argue. Not upset about it.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one. What a joy this is. What an absolute joy. Can't go to the warehouse anymore, I guess. Ooh-wee.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful
The past is
thing.
wonderful.
Why does anyone ever choose to leave it?
Don't
Keep
know.
Going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
We're back here? Do we get more jumps?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Wow.
Oh, yes. The two doors.
Who could have forgotten
that? A classic memory.
Classic. Still going through the right one.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember.
I don't know, kitchens.
I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, we got the papers this time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Do I get anything for running the collectathon back again?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by
TVF,
the
should I go
employee
downstairs?
lounge first, just to admire it.
How did I miss all the memos on the floor? What you mean? Oh, were those memos on the floor?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Whoop!
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided...
Broom closet!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
Right.
So he turned around. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Huh.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Pretty familiar.
Repeating. No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
Dream sequence!
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone.
Yay!
He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
A rubber room
Why
with rats.
is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Wake up!
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Jeez. TVF, I'm not sure.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Well, this is new. Do I go back down there without the bucket? I feel like I get the bucket and go downstairs. Is there a reason I shouldn't get the bucket and go downstairs, chat? You can tell me if not. Otherwise, I'm going to get the bucket and go downstairs. I'll wait a second. Ooh-wee. The bucket coward ending? Absolutely.
He felt a connection to all
I haven't gotten that one yet.
Everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. As soon as Stanley noticed that the door to his office was still open, he rushed in with his bucket and shut the door. The pressure of going out and finding another bucket variant on one of the Stanley Parable's classic endings was simply too much for him. It's nothing but swapped-out dialogue describing a bucket, he screamed to himself. It's not nearly different enough to be considered a true sequel. No, he would stay right here in his office where things were safe, familiar. If others were happy with the bucket endings, well, good for them. But Stanley knew that one day, somehow, a true sequel would emerge with actual new content. If only he had waited long enough. Just a little longer, Stanley. Keep waiting. You'll get it one day, surely. Eventually. Just keep waiting. Just a little longer now.
Nice. Nice.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
That's hilarious, TVF. I love that. He's saying different things. Should I be reading into him saying different things as he walks out? Okay, bucket and downstairs.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Doesn't mean anything? Okay.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had
Bucket
vanished.
time!
His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley.
I think somebody
Maybe,
already said it.
he
It's
thought
like
to
30-something, right?
Maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
46,
Strange, Stanley
wow.
thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me. in
We have
difficult
done that,
times such as
TVF. Yeah, we
these.
did do that one.
He held the bucket close. Yet
Although
felt
nothing
none
happened
of its
with it.
familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
My bucket!
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
No!
Indeed. Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of
Eek!
course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious,
No!
he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's
I'm
me,
coming!
the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
There's
of them
buckets
were
everywhere!
His. None of them were his special
There's
bucket.
buckets everywhere!
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
She has the bucket!
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be.
How cruel the world can be.
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work.
True.
Which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything.
True.
Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
I would love a little respawn feature, you know? Wow. Huh.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Okay, chat. Are there any other major endings I've missed? We saw what happened with Respawns and Rick and Morty.
He thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was.
Jump out the window in the first room yet? No, I didn't know that was an option. Can you do this? How do you do that?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky
I asked for a melody.
At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time,
I
can
have to
reveal
ask.
to
You're good.
you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay. If only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
Oh!
No,
said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gamharata first ensnared me in his machinations.
It's Gamharata again!
That I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power.
its fangs glistening like...
What?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket.
Oh!
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
We would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Wow.
All of his co-workers were
All right, well, now we got to try this
what
one.
What did it mean? Stanley decided
How can I
to
forget
go to
about the 12
meeting room.
sages?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
It is.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Ah, the speedy room.
I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer?
Should we do it?
How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one.
For sure, we're doing it.
What do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Well, I know what to do. Oh, skip button would go so hard right now. Dude, I love the skip
All of
button
his
ending.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So, Mr.
Stanley
Mega Man, there's a
decided to go to
true
the
ending
meeting
as
room.
well, you're
Perhaps
saying.
he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design
yes,
all
of
along.
course.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary
so
into the
insightful.
nature of
So
video
witty.
game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Okay.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly.
Oh, so manly.
But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
Gangly,
What
they
Stanley
say.
liked most was buttons.
It's true.
He pushed them like some kind of glutton.
Oh, yes.
He did it all day, in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Oh!
Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible.
Oh.
And if you are not strong, and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Ooh.
You too will become quite unbearable.
I like the song. This was supposed to be a bad song? No more dialogue? Okay. Unwavering patience. I have a reliable human Google. It is spectacular. I like that. Hell yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
Okay,
to
chat,
the
what are
meeting
there
room.
what are there
Perhaps
any
he
other
had
major
simply missed
endings
a
I'm
memo.
missing? Any other ones? JG! Thank you for getting out the 7! What a particular number. Let's go! Oh, to complete the goal! I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Y'all, if you got a good gift, please say thank you. That's very generous of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Heck yeah. Hot diggity dog. Any fun names? Stolen Dilf Burger. That's or finger. Oh, burger, no burger. That was an interesting one. Blue door ending. Chat, did we get the blue door ending? Is that the Thank you again. Thank you. It's very generous. I very much appreciate that. Hot diggity dog. I think we got the blue door one, right? Where we go through the blue door and it's like Firewatch and Rocket League and stuff? Or is that a different one?
Finally, yes. Stanley pressed the
bucket.
bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing
got it? Okay.
responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
The magic of the button. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Are there any other alternative paths we didn't do? You think you're missing one? Okay, TVS, how do we do it? How do we do it? Ooh-wee.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hot dog. Hot diggity dog.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and
Ooh,
comfort
okay.
now more than ever.
I'm on it.
Perhaps his
Should I
bosses
have?
offered-
Should I not have the bucket for it though? Let me go do that with that. Let me go do that without the bucket. Let me go do that without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Sup, bucket?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ooh-wee.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hot hot diggity freaking dog.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's not this one. You said the double doors? Okay.
Stepping in.
Ooh. Ah. Aha. Should we go down or should we go up? Broom closet. Huh. Oh, I don't know if I've taken the bucket to the bathroom. Interesting. There's the bucket. We're holding off on the bucket. Hey, Color of Life. Ooh. Ooh. I love that, Seb. Narrator not noticed that we juked him? Yeah. Digi, thank you again for those subs. I very much appreciate it. Very, very kind. Appreciate your generosity there. What was our sub goal today? I think maybe making Dylan fight Cthulhu or something. My monitor's a little dark, chat. I think are we capped here? No, okay. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Huh. Bottom of the mind control room ending. Did I do that one? I don't remember. Wait, am I going in a circle? 757, okay. 758. Really? Yeah, I guess it's a game you can kind of watch instead of play. Although I very much enjoyed the experience of getting to play it. How high do I need to go? I think I might have missed something here, chat. Oh, here we are. Escape pod launch bay. Oh. Yeah, that's fun, Sev. I like that. What? That's crazy. It's all silent.
All of his co-workers were
I guess because we like broke the
What could it
narrator.
mean?
I need to play
Stanley
Portal
decided to
2.
go
I
to the
played
meeting
Portal
room.
1. I just never got
One
around to
man,
2.
One bucket. One chance to seize their destiny together.
Heck yeah. To the
Stanley
roof!
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hot dog, hot diggity dog.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and
Yes,
comfort
Kitchens.
now
Everything
more
changes
than
if you have the bucket.
Perhaps
It's awesome.
His boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to
I
a
love it, I love it, I
staircase,
love it.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into it.
Oh! Did I break it even further? That's kind of cool. Let's go in here real quick. There's a bug, I think. W, another bug that we've uncovered. Good job, us. Is there anything downstairs at this point? No, okay, it's locked up. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a sense. Dude, I love how quiet it is. It's so sick. Such a cool touch. Mamma mia. Way better than Portal 1. Dude, I just don't know how I don't know how I never got to it, you know? Had to be puking. Break room may have something to make him barf, perhaps. Break from all the yapping. It's really cool how this is just completely quiet except for your walking too. I think that's such a cool touch. W Zine, by the way. 10-year anniversary, I saw. He made a really cool music video. Oh, the Horse Girl anime? Because I think it had a gacha game come out or something recently. It's been like really popular. Yeah. Dude, sometimes I do that and I'll get like a bunch of like, yeah, that's really, ugh. I feel like it's so susceptible to that. It's like, I do not want to see this. Like, I'm good, you know? Escape pod! That makes sense. Bucket time. Bucket time. There's only room for one of us. And it's gotta be you. It was always gonna be you, Bucket. God bless. Oh my God.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Bottom of the mind control room. I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's go try it. Let's go try it. Do I need the bucket or no? Probably not, right? It's gone! It's actually gone! I mean, I'm sure it'll be back for the next playthrough, but that's such a fun touch. Wait, should I escape?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What happens if I escape now? Probably nothing, right? It's probably just the same ending. Okay, so we're going to the mind control room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go, oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, so what do I do for this? What do I do for this? I'm assuming I'm still gonna go through here, right? Like, to get to the bottom of the staircase or whatever. Yorking it. Okay, got it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through
we got an
papers
achievement
on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
That's fun.
But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible,
yeah.
He didn't even have a single minute
cooked,
to just
Logan.
let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. so he relaxed for a few moments.
Ooh,
with
new
some
age
calming
music.
New age music.
It's time. Ah. Very nice. Ooh. Ah. Bum, bum.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the
Much better.
passageway.
Much better. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. Do we have 2 endings left, chat? We have 2 endings? That's exciting. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Yeah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay. How did I do that with unintentionally?
You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility.
I didn't mean to do that.
You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development.
What?
And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you.
Dog.
That's how special you are.
Ooh.
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well
done. We did it!
Good job, you did it.
We did it!
Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
Yeah!
You jumped on the catwalk. You should
On
have
accident.
been careful. You should have been careful.
Whoops!
It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams.
Yeah!
But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
The bucket! It's back! Yes, JG, absolutely.
And try not to lose this one. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh my gosh. Alright, any endings we're missing? Any endings?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was... Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Meow.
Stepping into his manager's office,
The epilogue?
Stanley
What's the
was
epilogue?
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Absolutely.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. But now we're gonna do it with the bucket. We love the bucket. We love the bucket. No, I am serious, chat. Ooh-wee. Hot diggity freaking dog.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read mind control facility.
Oh, cool. Okay. And we've done all that, right? Okay, we're supposed to be able to get off the railing here, yes? Got it.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
No!
Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered.
My bucket!
Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh, nice.
It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Paninis.
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home.
Oh, nice.
In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility.
That's right.
He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there.
It doesn't matter.
Never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him.
Uh-oh.
Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake.
Cold
I need
feet.
to
What's
do
that
what
one?
the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as
Netflix
possible.
and chill with the bucket?
Yet
Yeah,
Stanley
apparently.
was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending.
Oh.
But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Huh. Interesting. Huh. Okay, no. We haven't got cold feet. Let's do cold feet. So
All
cargo
his
lift is the
co-workers
boss's
were gone.
office, right?
What could it
That's the
mean?
boss's office.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And then we'll do the
When
epilogue.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door.
Oh, the
on his
cargo
left.
lift. Oh, I think I screwed this up. Yeah, I screwed this up. Let me reset. Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hot dog.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Just to admire it.
It was okay.
It's alright.
But eager to get back to business,
It's all right.
Stanley took the first
It's
open
all right.
door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
Should we do it?
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
All right, Joe.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Let's do it with the bucket. What's up, Joe? How are you, King?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this, it's bucket time.
It's bucket time. Okay, so TBF. What do I do for the epilogue? I just reset the game after we get this last ending?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind.
No,
never mind. Was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room.
Okay, TVF.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh, so touching. What a moment. What a freaking moment. What a treat. What's up, Chrono?
It's bucket time.
It's bucket time. Okay, we're going to quit the desktop and restart 5 times. Oh, it's right here. Epilogue. Should I just click it? Yeah, so at the start of the stream we did that. All right. Is this the desert thing from the Confusion ending? Bucket is friend. Bucket is life. Bucket? Fire. Ooh, the memory zone. Wait, what is that? What is this? Should I go back in there first? The escape. Oh! It's our bucket. No shot. It's our bucket. It's here. This doesn't change anything, though, right? Or are there two things? The bucket made it? Oh my gosh. Hey, chat, am I stupid? I've never seen the adventure line. I've never seen the adventure line. Was I supposed to see the adventure line at some point? Is it a joke that it never existed?
Jim.
Oh, I did see the adventure line? Oh, I just missed it. It is my emotional support bucket. You guys want to get green, by the way? Oh, okay. I thought the adventure game was in the original or whatever. Are there more gym buttons to click? Oh, there are. Okay. Dude, if my name was Jim, that would be insane. Yeah, but I thought that was a Parable Deluxe Edition. I thought it was like a sequel thing. Okay, there's something I'm missing here. Jim. Yeah, is there an original one, like from the original game?
Jim.
Oh, over here. Okay.
Jim. Stanley.
Oh, that's so funny, Matrix. Okay, I got confused. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random letters together to make a new title for our game. Oh my gosh. Stanley Parable 3 what? Infinite Cowboy Hole Punch. Challenge. Runner. Employee of the runner. Employee of the cowboy. Employee of the cowboy? I like that one. Destruction of cowboy. Infinite cowboy. Lawsuit. Hi, Oak Tree. Infinite cowboy. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say in it as well. Don't do it. Sometimes we're not ready to move on. You ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I'll be right here. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Huh. Bye, TikTok. What do you guys think? Is there anything else I'm missing? Is there anything else I'm missing? There was a marker board in the final room. Very neat. Oh, did I miss it? Like, should I go back to it? Probably nothing. Wow. If you agree to make sequels, there are a couple small things. Dude, I love an existential experience. Listen, I'm going into the office tomorrow, and it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird, especially after this. I'm gonna be thinking about it the whole time. Every time I walk through those doors, I'll probably be thinking about it. Jeez. Huh. Yeah, sure, Sir Mega Man. Tell us what you know. What you know. At this point, I feel like I've explored most of the game, so feel free to tell me. Wow. Hey, if you made it this far in the YouTube VOD, by the way, like and subscribe. If you're watching it right now. There's a way to end up drunk, and then you can puke in the bucket via that? Is that how you do that? Huh. Am I understanding you correctly? So sick, dude. And it turns out that's the true ending? That's so funny. Really? You find out that your narrator is your brain trying to nav. Is it easy to get that ending? I feel like we haven't seen anything. What's up, Penny? Penny Skeetus? That's a hilarious name. Very good name, good name. Appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Oh, really? So Pony Island Short? We may play that tomorrow. We can play that tomorrow. Incredible name, by the way. That's It's obviously not easy. I wonder how you do it. Interesting. Huh. Mama freaking Mia, chat. So cool. Wow. Oh, YouTube, like and subscribe. Bye, YouTube. Yeah, what's sorry, Leroy? The wife calls saying it's over. Jeez. And your boss says you're fired. Good lord, that's the true ending? This is bucket is what it is. You know what I am saying? Dang. Oh wait, did it not work? Classic. Didn't end the YouTube live, right?